matchup. SK Telecom T1 MVP 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Good evening, guys, and welcome to Week 4, Day 1 of the LCK Summer Split. I'm Achilles. With me is Papa Smithy, and we are bringing you a game tonight. It's going to be SK Telecom T1 going up against MVP. And hopefully you guys placed your bets on SKT this time, because if you bet on MVP, you might be losing some money tonight.
And look, as you're saying, the series itself should be one-sided. Effectively, this will be SKT up to 10-0 if they win 2-0 in this series. But the more important thing, Atilios, and the more interesting thing is that we're moving to patch 6.11. And 6.11 is, to me, the biggest change we've seen in many, many months, perhaps since the famous Worlds patch that happened just before the last set of Worlds, because the changes are massive. Tanks have been directly and indirectly nerfed for a long time. Maokai and Echo see some changes this patch, but specifically Trinity Force is brought up, and Trinity Force brings with it carry top laners, theoretically brings with it laners ganking for snowball top laners to get that Trinity Force faster. Potentially we could see a really large shift in how the game is played, and that's already with a shift happening because of the introduction of the Elemental Drakes. So between force changes, indirect changes, and the meta shifting, could be a really exciting week to continue what has been a really fascinating season so far.
Yeah, I mean, even just judging off of the other regions that we've seen so far on 6.11, it seems like the patch is bringing in more changes than the entire Mage rework did. So it's really interesting to see how this is going to develop here in Korea now that we finally are on this patch, because things like Jax, Aurelia have become massive. We've even seen Alawi.
Yep.
So I don't know if we're going to see that one today, but it's very possible.
I mean, Duke is a lane-dominant top laner, and to be honest, ADD is a very good top laner on the side of MVP. Not on Duke's level, but that matchup will be interesting to track. The jungle also beyond. 3 wins so far for MVP, 3 MVPs for that jungler who looked really good in Amumu, and then Gragas in the most recent series. So while we're very much expecting SKT to pick up the win, just the champion pool will be interesting in and of itself, which is a crazy thing to think when we've had, 3 top laners for the last 3 months?
Yeah. See here, global standings on your screen. G2 Esports still sitting high and mighty at the moment with no losses, and Team Envy really been coming out of the gate here. So Seraph sticking to his guns. They are a top 2 team at the moment.
Yeah, and TSM, of course, continue their winning ways today. 2-1 over Immortals, so while the game score might be different, they've both been doing really well, and Seraph, as you mentioned, has looked outstanding, specifically with his teleports.
This patch is just made for Seraph, really. Taking a look at the LPL, EDG and Royal Never Give Up, both going to be on top with 5 wins, and the LMS has started since last Thursday, and surprisingly, Hong Kong Esports and J-Team taking up those top 2 seeds. Still a lot more season to be played out there, so I expect that we will see Flash Wolves and AHQ rise back up to the top, but it's a good start for those guys. MVP standings here so far. You can see 4 of our top MVPs tied for first place. Duke, Beyond, Ruler, and Someday all with 300 points each.
Yeah, we're going to see Duke and Beyond in action today, so perhaps we'll see someone jump up to that 400 spot now. You're going to see a recurring story with these MVPs. One of the biggest ones is Duke's KDA. It went down. It was almost 20 coming into the last series, so down to 15.6. They're really on struggle street over there.
I mean, when you're second place, top lane KDA is 4.1, you're at 15.6. You're still doing something really, really correct. See, Bengi also going to be rounding out at the top of the junglers. We won't see him starting tonight. It is going to be Blank starting in the jungle for SK Telecom, but Bengi has been having one hell of a performance and a great way to return to this team, this split.
We saw the debut of Battle Bengi last week, and of course the story this week is that SKT rule the roost in every single position, although Blank will be playing in the jungle, so they won't be fielding the KDA leaders in every position. It's very much like the ROX Tigers. Now, the ROX Tigers over the course of a whole season managed to get top placings at the end of the regular season last season, but this early in the season, 2 members over 10 KDA. SKT have been rampant in this league against difficult opposition. They haven't even had a soft start to the season. They've already beaten Samsung, they've already beaten the Tigers, they've already beaten Jin Air. They're very much on top.
Yeah, and I mean, Samsung was the game just last Saturday where we really thought, like, okay, this is the team that can give SK Telecom a run for their money, maybe take off a couple wins, if not win the entire set. But got knocked down 2-0. Still looked strong, but SKT are just one step ahead at every turn.
There's no other way to put it, Kilios. You can see there, ruling the roost, inflicting the first defeats onto Samsung. That last series of Week
CJ.
3 was famously the 2 undefeated teams, and now we only have one, and it's SKT.
Yep. It's actually one of the first times I think I've seen it, the rankings where no one is tied for a place. Everybody is in their spots 1 through 10, and CJ, unfortunately, despite having the same amount of wins and losses as MVP and Longshu, still going to be rounding out at 10th place spots. So going to look for them to turn things around. Did have a pretty good performance against Longshu, specifically in that third game. So showing that they can use that early aggression to get ahead. Maybe 6-11 will help that out as well, because if they can start snowballing a top laner like Jax or Aurelia, they could run away with the game very easily.
It's worth knowing that none of the teams at the bottom seem to be the kind of spiritual successor to a team like Kongdu Monster, a lineup that really didn't look like it was going to pick up more than maybe one match win in a season. And we've had teams traditionally like that, Spenu in the past, but let's focus on the teams today, and definitely not like Kongdu Monster at all. In fact, an inverted Kongdu Monster. It's SK Telecom T1.
Yeah, you know them, you love them. And again, Bengi not going to be starting tonight, but it's Duke, Blank, Faker, Bang, and Wolf rounding out the squad for the time being.
So it's the second appearance of Blank in a set. He had one previous set this season, so they're going to give him another run in the team, which is always good to see. They're going to have flexible options just in case the meta does shift. And their opponents today, MVP, coming off their first match win as an organization back in Champions 2 years later.
Yeah, 2-0 over ESC ever, but not a very clean one. Game 1 specifically, going to be the Clown Fiesta example of that set, so definitely some bolts that need to be tightened on this squad.
And
but they have looked promising in the past, almost winning that match against KT.
You'll like the stat of Killer. It's actually been 1,033 days since SK Telecom and MVP faced. It was, in fact, Champion Summer 2013. The semifinals at SKT won 3-0. Not many members left on either of those rosters. Of course, MVP went on to become Samsung. The organizations Samsung and SKT did play a lot after that time, but that MVP lineup was, of course, Dade in the mid lane back just before they went to Season 3 Worlds, and Faker, and not Bengi, of course, just Faker, the only representative. But we've got a bit of a video here to highlight one rivalry between these two teams.
See Dangun there on your screen, the piggyback Koreancaster.
The big storyline is with Maha, AD carry. This is, of course, an interview from Summer 2015 Finals, KT versus SKT. So what happened there was that basically Bang was asked about Mark, who's now Maha, and he said, "Who are you?" So this is today Maha's chance to show Bang exactly who he is. That is, of course, your AD carry matchup. Maha versus Bang.
If you're Maha, you just need to hope that the answer isn't the guy that you're going to kill several times.
Well, I believe he just said he's going to solo kill him, so we'll see how that goes.
All right, well, we'll definitely have to keep our eye out for that event, because that would be certainly an interesting little feat if he could pull off solo killing Bang. But looks like we are into the pick and ban here. Again, 6.11, and Nidalee is still going to draw out the first ban despite having that passive nerfed.
Wait to see how these picks and bans change, because we do see also the Azir ban on 6-11, which is very, very surprising. We have confirmation that it is 6-11, so some of these bans are already interesting.
There's a difference between Azir and Faker's Azir, so it makes sense that you still want to get rid of it, despite the Emperor's Divide not lasting as long. Still going to have a lot of playmaking potential for Faker.
It's worth knowing the W change, no longer being able to just drop that soldier on the turret to do extra turret damage. One of the things about Azir was he didn't run teleport in the mid lane, and so he could really punish you building attack speed and dropping the soldiers with a Nashor's Tooth and just take your turret when you leave. So that was actually a very relevant nerf as well. Maokai nerf also. We thought this patch would herald the Triforce top laners, and advanced champions like Maokai already really are going to open up a top lane matchup that hopefully has got some carries in it.
Yeah. You see, though, Fiora is going to be the final ban against Duke, and the KDA chart here in the middle of the screen is just pretty pitiful from the side of MVP. If you guys have played Pokemon Ruby or Sapphire, they need to feed MVP more Pokeblocks to stretch that graph.
Oh,
so at the moment, it's not cutting it.
Very, very hard. SKT is, of course, hugely inflated with the start of the season, but honestly, if they keep on their winning ways, who's to say how high a KDA someone like Duke can maintain for a season? They flashed the Echo, of course, saw some significant nerfs on this patch as well. Lock in the Karma. Faker's Karma looked outstanding in their series against Samsung. And not surprised to see it here, and it is a flex pick as well.
Exactly. I was going to say it's a flex pick for Wolf potentially on the support role, but yeah, Faker did look really good against Samsung with that Karma pick, so definitely want to snatch that one off the board. MVP now playing around with the Graves. for Beyond, something that we saw him play in the promotion tournament, and he is pretty good on this. So Beyond, I think, is a very strong jungler, has a lot of potential to grow in LCK, but it needs to tighten up the consistency a little bit more.
I mean, at the end of the day, they've won 3 games, and he has an MVP for each of those 3 victories, including some explosive picks like the full AP Amumu,
Yep.
and then the Gragas they showed such proficiency on in that series win against ESC Ever. They are going to lock in the Graves, which is a bit of a takeaway pick from Blank, who, at least previous to the final of MSI, was very much defaulting to Graves. He jumped to Elise after that, so with Elise being the only other top pick jungler available, it wouldn't be surprising to see him lock it in.
Yeah, we have seen Kindred as well get a ton of nerfs on this patch.
Flash the Alawi.
Q.
It's coming in the future, because we will see an Alawi in the LCK, but maybe not in this game.
Yeah, would love to see that, but it's going to be the Elise and the Sivir for Bang. So getting that spell shields to stop himself from getting stunned up and solo killed by the Ashe.
So one of the reasons why we might see this Karma pick actually continue to increase in priority, Achilleos, is that it kind of negates one of the advantages of Red Side. Of course, Red Side last pick has always been a big thing, and teams on the Red Side against SK Telecom traditionally have looked for a favorable matchup in the mid lane, or at least a matchup that you can survive in, because Faker, of course, the premier mid laner in League of Legends history. But we're going into a carry top lane meta where it is very important. You can't just pick your Maokai and deal with it. So you really want to keep your last pick on the red side for top lane. You just don't have the flexibility when you have a flex pick like Karma. We've seen the power in the mid lane. The support role is very decided, and this does force out the blind pick top lane of the Aurelia.
Yeah, so we're going to get our first Aurelia here. And Nami for Max in the bottom side. We know that Wolf has been playing a good amount of that as well. Now the question is, what is going to be our top laner and potentially our support?
Even though he's not in the OGN studio, Bang still shows plenty of time trolling Cloud Templar and Dongjun with his Taric and Amumu hovers. Also doubles up as a troll of Beyond with the Amumu hover, so that's pretty good for him.
Need to come up with a good way to fake out Dan Good and Caster Jun.
It's true. We see the Trundle, of course one of the champions not affected by the top lane changes.
Yeah, we will in fact. It's going to be Alistar for the support role for Wolf.
Interesting. The reintroduction of Alistar, of course, dropped off a cliff the moment that his ult nerfs came through, and it meant that he took so much more damage in the early game than perhaps you might have first thought when you looked at that patch note. We haven't seen a lot of Alistar at all. It gives them some crazy engage, specifically with the Sivir-Alistar interaction. Elise also going to have pick potential, so gives them more options. And now the question is, what do MVP want to do for their mid lane with the last pick? Going to be laning against Karma, as we expected.
We're hovering the Ahri the first round in. It would be interesting to see if Ian does pick that one up.
I mean, Ian was playing a lot of Ahri in the promotion series, but something safer with strong wave clear is needed. They don't already have a wave clear champion with the first 4. Obviously, Ashe and Graves can do their bit, but
Aurelia's ultimate. It's the only wave clear.
well, it's got a pretty low cooldown, and with Trinity Force now giving 20% CDI, I guess it's up more often, but I know you're being facetious over there, Achilleos.
That I am. It's going to be Varus locked in here for Ian. So definitely a pick that we've seen fall through drafts in the past, in the last couple weeks here, but is starting to rise back up into favor.
So our first 6-11 champion, our first Trinity Force carry is the Aurelia.
Yep.
SKT have done a great job when they pick this Trundle to really snowball Duke. They often set up a situation in the early game where Duke has a 30, 40 CS advantage, and they look for the team fights. Oh, it's why the Karma Sivir is so powerful for them. Because look, in the mid game, if they can then once again engineer a situation where their top lane is in a good spot, that 4-man unit with Sivir Karma speed up and Alistar engage, they can make crazy things happen. And Varus is a passive laner, Ashe not known for a laning phase either. It's going to be very much SKT pumping the accelerator in the mid game. It was too good for Samsung. What will MVP be able to do to answer?
Good question. SK Telecom definitely keeping things consistent with this draft. You know, it's an interesting thing when the Alistar is the most out there pick.
I mean, the Aurelia is pretty cool.
Well, I mean, for just the one side.
Sure.
The Aurelia is definitely really cool, and I'm excited to see what she can do in the hands of a Korean.
Fair enough.
So, looks like we're loading up, getting ready to get into that first game, so we're going to have to keep an eye on the top lane, because Duke, he has been an absolute monster in the top lane right now. 15.6 KDA, ADD. Definitely fighting a very uphill battle against this man, so What kind of pressure can Beyond bring to try and turn the tide of that top lane fight? That's going to be the big question.
I think it's a risky draft from MVP. There's definitely some passivity about it. SKT, one of the best teams to take advantage of it. So let's see if they can get away with their early game, because otherwise another SKT steamroll could come through.
Very well could happen. The SKT hype train is in the station, ready to take off.
Absolutely. Waiting to load into game, though. Should be an interesting one. Good luck, MVP. You're going to need it.
That they are, but let's go ahead and get straight into this one. SK Telecom versus MVP. All right, welcome back.
Into a pause.
Into a pause. This is it's a fun way to kick things off, I guess.
Exactly. But at least we got lots to talk about. 6-11's hit. You know, I have a page of written notes here about all the changes. So many changes have come through. And it's fun when, I mean, this is one of those situations where adjusting the top lane, because Riot can be heavy-handed with things where they're like, all right, we want to change things. And this is very much, let's get rid of the tanks.
Yeah.
Let's change things. And the flow-on effect of that is so interesting because, as I mentioned, you don't really gank for your Maokai versus Echo matchup, or really the other way around. They have good lane pressure. You know what's going to happen. We kind of hop on it every cast. Echo's going to apply pressure. Maokai's going to teleport gank. We know about all these things. When it's Aurelia versus Jax, or Kennen versus Aurelia, one of these more skill matchups where there's carry potential, there's lane snowball potential, suddenly junglers visit top. And that's kind of the thing we're going to see increasingly. Now, in this game, I think it's going to be more about rotations, just because Trundle versus Aurelia isn't quite one of those arms race to Trinity Force matchups. But when it's something like Aurelia versus Jax, which is very much a skill matchup, very much whoever gets Trinity Force first is going to have a massive advantage, we're going to see junglers visit top. So that's kind of the fun thing, is that really changes a meta where mid has always been a focus. Getting bot lane ahead has been a focus, but top lane has kind of been a thing for the past since the last time some of these champions were in the meta.
Yeah, shutting out a top laner in the past has not been very easy, because especially with Maokai.
How do you shut out a Maokai?
They're always just going to get tanky regardless. But now, but even with that snowball potential that's there, you can get a Jax ahead significantly. The team still needs to play around that properly to get the split push going, so that you can actually capitalize on that advantage that you've garnered for yourself. A good example, if you guys watched the NALCS just last night, Echo Fox versus Team Liquid, 5-0 Jax, didn't close out the game.
And there is always that potential, but the thing that's gone is, you know, we think back to, again, the last time I cast was with Doa on Saturday, that was MVP versus Ever, and we saw, you know, one of those typical Maokai games where Maokai does get behind, but builds swiftness boots, you know, a bit of health, roams around, still does his thing. Jax and Aurelia can't do that. They very much need to hit item timings. Their power is very much related to that. We're just getting a note here that Beyond's had some settings issues, so that's why we're delayed to get to the start of the game. But yeah, there isn't so much these champions that with little gold can be relevant. These are champions that crave gold, that need gold, that can snowball towards gold and break evens and just kill AD carries outright instantly when they hit those items. So top lane focus is coming.
Yeah. So it'll be good to see how this evolves, especially some of the build paths, because, I mean, with the changes of Trinity Force, are we going to be seeing the same standard builds that we've seen from Jax? Because I haven't been able to watch a ton of the other regions, so I don't catch
so
all
every
of the
top lane
details.
champion's going to be different. You think of a champion like Aurelia, you know, she didn't really build Zeal before. In fact, none of the top laners built Zeal. The fact that crit has gone from Trinity Force, outside of when you get a Triforce proc and a lucky crit, isn't really relevant. So something like Stinger on Aurelia, who can now max W, build Stinger and trade so well with the cooldown reduction and attack speed, Stinger suddenly becomes relevant, because it used to very much be Phage or Sheen first, Zeal always last, usually with the combine. Now we're going to see some champions, like, for example, the Aurelia, go for Stinger. I think Jax is still going to want Phage, just because his attack speed, he gets it from his passive. It's not as relevant in the trades. Maybe even Sheen.
Better dueling potential
For the W burst trades, but there's definitely going to be some little subtle differences there. And I mentioned an item, Boots of Swiftness, you know, with another nerf to Boots of Swiftness. It's like 3 in a row now. Feels like those boots are kind of a thing of the past. And I guess when you have this carry top lane, something like Ninja Tabi is going to be that much more relevant. That saw a little bit of a buff as well in this patch.
2% or something like that increase. And Berserker Greaves are another, you know, pair of boots that got bumped up 5%, now 35% attack speed. So definitely going to be more desirable for those AD carries and even some of those more aggro top laners. We might see them pick those up depending on if the team has enough mobility to back them up. I mean, a squad like SK Telecoms with Karma and Sivir, you got plenty of mobility there. So you could definitely be a little bit greedier in your build.
And that's when Riot was talking about, say, removing boot enchants, so you don't have alacrities anymore, and getting like the movement speed numbers down in my head, I was like, well, Sivir gets better because there's less movement speed in the game. Sivir's ultimate's going to be more relevant. Sivir Karma is that to the nth degree. So we're going to see less flat movement speed, probably no swiftness boots, or only if it's super necessitated by slow stacking will we see swiftness boots. Suddenly Sivir Karma, the pick potential there is insane.
Yep. Well, just getting the settings all figured out.
Yeah, getting beyond setting all figured out.
Maybe it's not actually settings. They don't want to tell us the real reason.
What is the real reason, Nicholas?
I mean, maybe he got into the champion select and he meant to click out of it because he was just gonna say like Mario Party Q Protest 216 and then he was gonna like leave and he just didn't do it in time.
Oh, you're always up to date in your memes, Achilles. I love it.
You got to be up to date with the memes, man.
When they do that in
It's
the
essential.
big leagues, that's when you know it's really working.
Yeah.
If you can get them to dodge
Gotta
Q in
fix that dynamic
SKT
Q,
versus
man.
MVP, take a couple of bans, lose a couple of bans for the next series, that's how you know you're really unhappy about dynamic Q.
I mean, I wouldn't blame MVP if they tried to dodge out of a game against SK Telecom, let's be real. All right, looks like we do have the settings squared away, or they talked beyond into actually playing out the game. And we are on to the Rift. And it's just going to be a square off with minor invasions on either side. Nothing really going to be happening earlier on.
The item builds are pretty similar. Aurelia hasn't really been in the meta since Corrupting Potion was introduced. Maybe an edge case in some games, but just a Corrupting Potion start for the Aurelia. Lane swap will be incentivized, you'd think, for SKT, but you can kind of understand looking for standard lanes as well. There's no real demand for it. ADD on this Aurelia will be taking the Fervor for Battle, which is very much, with the Grasp nerfs, become the pretty standard top lane Keystone Mastery.
And Duke's going to be sticking with Grasp of the Undying. Wasn't sure if he was going to go a little bit more aggro. I mean, we've actually seen Fervor Trundles as well.
Yeah, Grasp is actually pretty defensive. There was a time when Grasp, Trundle support and top lane was the standard pickup. Maybe it gives us a bit of a window into the mindset of Duke. Probably tells us he's not going to be looking for too many trades. Fervor's very, very aggressive in there. Get the Stinger, put max W, run up. Fervor for Battle will get you a lot of value in those scenarios.
Yep. Of course, the TP advantage is going to be here for SK Telecom, as Faker is running that as his second summoner. Ian just going with the Ghost. So that'll be good for escaping Faker, as he has that tether to try to lock him down. You can see already, though, not going for the lane swap. SKT starting to get a little bit punished in this bottom lane. Not going to be as much sustain here compared to MVP, because they do have that ebb and flow.
I mean, there is Alistar, but of course it's just not the same numbers as you're mentioning. It can be more reliable, but...
That's damage and sustain plus, compared to just sustain.
Yeah, the trade's definitely not going to be great for SK. It's why I thought they might look into a lane swap. Sivir's early laning phase can be a bit of a struggle, and Alistar doesn't excel in the first levels. Not till level 3 does he really have a full kit. But I just want to talk a little bit about, as you mentioned, Ghost Flash for Ian. He had Cleanse originally, and I thought, okay, but what are you cleansing? But if you think about it, as you say, the tether from Karma was a very big and relevant skill during the course of... Oh, Max.
Oh, yeah, Max going forward straight into Blanks. He finds him in the Tri-Brush. Blank's already hammering down
Level
a bunch
3
of damage.
Elise.
It has that red buff. It's going to be the flash.
Oh, nice
yeah,
flash.
Not going to get hit up there by Wolf as he goes in for it. So Max does keep himself alive, but that's going to be the heal from Maha as well.
Yeah, really steadfast, waiting till he saw the animation for the headbutt. Remember, that was a flash headbutt, so the reaction time there was excellent from Max, who was one of the most impressive performers in Challenger for MVP. Worth noting that Max, of course, is the same Max that was on CJ Entus back in summer 2015.
Yep. Duke's going pretty aggressive up here, just hammering away at ADT. He doesn't actually have... There's going to be the E-stun coming through, and he flashes as well. Don't think he necessarily needed to do that unless Duke wanted to flash on top of him, but he's going to play it safe, and that's going to be Duke starting to win this lane.
Yeah, without items, you can see that Duke has the advantage early game. Just a Doran's coming back, so that Trinity Force is going to be
really
definitely delayed.
Yep. So already the recall, he's going to be able to pick up a couple of those creeps and try to equalize the CS count, but really solid start for Duke. You can be damn sure that Blank is going to pay a visit up to that top side. For now, though, he's going to pay a visit into the mid lane as Ian still gets rooted by Faker. Flashes away, but here comes the cocoon from Blank. That's going to be first blood going over to Faker. Nicely played.
That's why I was talking about this, Achilles, that the tether is one thing, but at least, you use that, you don't have cleanse available and you die. You cannot ghost away from these ganks when the tether and also the flash is available for the enemy jungle. So the price here is going to be heavy lane presence because no Summoner Varus at level 4 before he has the ability to clear those minions out with Q. Has to stay so far back, and suddenly it's going to be another huge pressure advantage for SK Telecom.
Yeah, not to mention the power spike is going to be there earlier for Faker because Ian is going to be relegated into that tier of the Goddess build, so he's not even going to be able to, really fight under his own turret until he can get a couple items in, so they can just keep pressured out and keep poking him continuously.
Worth knowing that with the top lane.
Yep. ADD's going to go for the ward, so Blank has a very clear shot. When it does land, the pillar comes down immediately. No flash. This is going to be a dead Aurelia coming out here. Question is, who gets the kill? Looks like it will be Blank. Takes it away with the Q in spider form. And just like that, 2 kills on the board, 1,000 gold lead for SK Telecom. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Maha getting hit up. That's going to be Ignite coming across. He's going to go down. Bang. Finding the kill. A nice double bubble, but doesn't get much done. Max cannot do anything to keep his AD carry alive, and SK Telecom are already starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, the predictions are already looking pretty ironclad. 2 lanes influenced by the jungle, the other one just winning straight up, and now the snowball in mid. Look at these trades. That's 1 Q over to Ian. He's at half health.
Yep.
Still no summoners. There's good base values for Varus. Even with tier, he has a lot more lane presence than other tier laners because his base values are good. But with no summoners, this is the reality for Varus. He has to stand about a foot behind his caster minion line, so getting those auto attacks to actually get last hits is just not something he's going to be able to do in mid lane.
Yep. You can see Faker's already got the Seeker's arm guard in his inventory, so will be able to mitigate a good amount of that damage early on because he's not going to have any items for quite some time. Faker going in, flashes him to get the tether. He's going to get locked down. Blank has the cocoon, and that's all she wrote. Blank finds another kill.
I just don't know how you can watch that last series and then confidently go Ghost Flash against Elise Karma. I saw it, I talked about it, and it's been so well executed. And this is what SK Telecom has done consistently in their 8-game run so far, is that they look at this, they can look at the same things we do, they put them together, and they are clinical about taking every little advantage over the course of the early game.
Well, maybe instead of talking about it, you should talk to Ian about it. You just need to get a translator, sit him down and be like, look, don't do this for the love of God. I mean, save yourself.
He had the cleanser vision, so someone on his team agreed with him that it was all right.
Yeah.
He was already winning these trades.
It's like the picture of that dog in the room on fire. This is fine. That's just all of MVP in the Champ Select. Wow, drop startup comes through, and Maha's getting the crap kicked out of him by that giant frog.
Then you come back to the draft, though, Achilles, and you're like, okay, but you first rotationed Graves, then went for some of these weaker laning phase champions. And look, the laning has gone poorly, but it's one of those things where Beyond can't really impact the lanes on Graves. It's just not what the champion does. Usually farms up to 6, usually farms up to the Warrior enchant, then can be very relevant in late-game team fights. Yep. Samsung tried drafting a late-game team fight comp against SKT. The issue is that you don't often see past 35 minutes against SK Telecom unless you're 20,000 gold behind.
Yeah. You know what's really bad? ADD right now in this Aurelia. He's got a cloth armor and boots in his inventory. He's not going to be seeing that Triforce anytime soon, but look at this dive onto the pot side. Maha just disappears under the pressure from Bang and Blank. Max trying to equalize the trade with the Ignite, but it's not going to happen, and Blank is able to pick up the second kill, and that should be the turret going over to SK Telecom to continue stretching this gold lead. That's about to hit 5,000.
SKT have the shortest average game time in the LCK, and doesn't look like it's going to change, Achilles.
Did they beat, or no, CJ had the third fastest average, right? Because they just keep hot bodied so hard every time.
Yeah, that's definitely not, that's the glass half full way. We're really good at average game time. Shame they're all losses.
We die the fastest. Not a very good stat to have. You can just see the imbalance already across every single lane is building up here as SK Telecom just continues stretching miles ahead of their opponents. Maha, 42 CS to 77 that Bang has. He's got 2 kills, already has the Berserker Greaves and the BF Sword to a Pickaxe Ash. Oh, this is a bad look.
Don't need to be an analyst to realize that there are worlds that separate these particular two teams. MVP just promoted to the LCK and honestly had a very impressive win against Ever. Okay, they had some poor plays in that series. It certainly wasn't on the level of the SKT Samsung series that came after it, but there were definitely times they looked good, but those were usually after they got an advantage in the mid to late game, and certainly not when they were in this much of a hole. 4,000 gold lead pre-10 minutes is craziness on this patch.
Yep. SK Telecom just going to be like, you know what, 6.11, we could still snowball a game off of these old picks. Doesn't matter. We don't need that Aurelia or Jax or your Alawi. Get those tentacles out of here.
You just wonder what MVP thought this game would play out. When they picked this comp, they were like, okay, this is how we play it. You need to get Aurelia ahead, but Graves is not the jungler to do that. And if you ever get behind with this comp, if the Trinity Force is delayed, if Ian has his summoners blown, and Graves is just happily farming, can't really gank lanes, like the downside potential of a comp like this is massive. And sure, some teams can pull it off, and definitely you can get away with it against some of the weaker teams. Against ESC Ever, a team that struggled in the early game and you could blind pick TF against, you could probably get away with this comp. Against SK Telecom T1, a hope and a prayer is nowhere near enough to get away with a draft like this from MVP.
Yep. They need more likes on their Facebook posts. Get more prayers in.
Will they draft better if I like their MVP post?
Maybe? I don't know. Leave a comment.
Bring back the Amumu.
The likes will do it. Yeah, there we go. That actually could surprise SK Telecom enough to find some success. I doubt it, though.
It's that time, Achilles.
Yes, it is. ADD tries to dash forward, just trying to get the hell away from them, but Blank's going to go deep here. Duke already taking up the tower. They'll find the kill, and they'll exit safely. This is just surgical at the moment from SK Telecom. Feature going in onto Ian. Here comes Beyond. Will stop the forward aggression, and he just ghosts and flashes out as he can see Wolf dashing up the river. He's like, nope. Don't want anything to do with you just like that.
There's a 2-for-1 sale on summoners, Achilles.
3 summoners have gone down.
Oh, boy.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
Yeah.
SK Telecom, they just take advantage of a very good sale.
I like how there's all flashes available on SKT. And,
They haven't had the only time they've had the flash really was aggressively. Wolf going in for the gank and bot, Faker going in for the tether, Blank getting the cocoon. It's just endless aggression from these guys.
SKT gonna pick up the Rift Herald, grow the advantage for Duke in the top lane. 40 CS odd, and now the Rift Herald buff means those trades, which are looking pretty good at level 1, are only gonna get better.
Yep. Haven't gone for the Mountain Drake yet. They want a slight handicap food for MVP, so leave that one on the board for a little bit of time.
I mean, it's a good point you bring up. You're talking about the Drake, obviously, and again, setting behind an Aurelia is actually probably more important than picking up, say, an early Cloud Drake especially, but a lot of the Drakes, again, these snowball top laners, suddenly playing around the bot side of the map and not influencing the top lane will actually have that bigger cost to it. So not going to be relevant in a game like this, but increasingly, we will see teams kind of have to shift their macro priorities around some of these top lane matchups.
Yeah, right now you don't have to give a damn about that Aurelia. Gonna be a TP coming in though. Blank maybe a little bit too far forward. The arrow not quite there yet for Maha. Blank flashing away. Bubble not gonna connect. That should be the end of it. So TP gonna be used with little gain. This opens up Duke to go for an invade over into the red buff. So MVP are still just hemorrhaging objectives.
If you just want an idea of how to play League of Legends, once again, just watch these SKT VODs. They see the teleport come in, the death is avoided. Duke realizes the perfect time to go invade the jungle. Faker already had massive lane pressure. He gets more. SKT actually get the bot lane turret because they had to back away. They might even turn it into Drake as well. Well, the perfect game is on, Achilles.
It is. SK Telecom looking for the shutout. And getting Blank right there was the best chance that MVP has had of getting any kind of stat onto the board, and they still weren't able to do it. You can see even with Faker in this mid lane, he's just whittling down this tower, will be able to take out the tier 1.
He's not whittling down the turret. If you notice, he's denying CS from the mid lane.
Well, that too.
You don't often see enough lane pressure at 13 minutes to be denying the enemy mid laner, who's a Varus, who can farm from kilometers away, but that's this game.
I told you, Faker's going to get that damage in first. Ian just won't be able to stand up near the turret.
It's not a storyline to be denying waves from, say, underfed top laners or an Aurelia, as you can see on your screen, but in the mid lane, zoning away a ranged AD carry is just Faker things.
It's a very strong feat indeed. Duke.
Duke's like, I'm not really that interested.
Oh, well, this is just going to draw the TP here from Faker as they decide to dive in. Duke's still very healthy. Going to go in for the chop. ADD taking a ton of damage. Q not really going to hit, but the tether is there. Ian zipping his way up here. The Chain of Corruption will land on the Faker. The turret goes down. This actually could be an opening for MVP. Faker trying to get the damage on the ADD. Flashes forward. He dashes for it. And he's not going to be able to solidify the kill. That's going to be turnaround. Duke flashes out Beyond. On his lonesome, looking for the double kill. It's in his eyes. Faker's going to go aggressive, and Duke is just healing so damn much. Tether comes through. He's not going to be able to pick up anything. It's a 2v3, and SK Telecom remain on top.
The closest part of the game because the perfect game on the line And they do just fine.
Yep.
Got a delayed 3 kills over to SKT.
And they're going to lose a top tier 1 and a bottom tier 2.
I don't know if MVP is going to be getting many more scrim blocks with SKT after a performance like this in the big leagues.
I don't know if anyone's going to want to scrim block with MVP after this performance.
No, look, they've been really good recently. It's just...
Yeah, they certainly have had their moments, but against this team, I mean, SK Telecom have been looking more dominant than ever before.
So this is interesting. So Duke thought about just going to proxy, but then he realized he had the teleport coming in, and once you miss the mantra Q, then things change, especially with Ian showing up. They're smart to turn onto the turret.
This is when he got a little shaky.
Exactly. Now, he's in a minion wave, so Duke's smart. For a lot of this, he fights in a minion wave. The ultimate damage doesn't really connect for Graves. Duke feels super low. He's one auto attack away, but Graves, because of the nature of his auto attack, can't auto attack him through a minion wave. And then with all the AP and the snowball, the shield is casual 300 shielding. The lifesteal is true, and goodbye MVP.
Yep. It's 11.4 thousand at 16 minutes.
Titanic Hydra the pickup for Duke.
God,
I don't know if you can really
disgusting.
examine the choice of Tiamat items. I would have preferred Ravenous. I feel like Ravenous kind of fits the meta a bit more now, but with a Sheen in his inventory, you know, could be Iceborne, could be Trinity Force. Probably going to be Iceborne, but...
He just doesn't want to give AD a single chance, so he wants to go for that tankier build to start things off. Beyond's going to get caught, takes a bit of damage, but he's going to be all right. But we can see now just the Phage coming through with the Sapphire Crystal for the Sheen. ADD is just so far away from that Triforce.
And just returning to what I was talking about, there's Faker.
Yep, there is Faker, and there's Beyond. He gets popped up in the air, and he flashes out, but he's still going to go down to the Ignite from Wolf. Now the TP coming through as Duke arrived. Try to get onto somebody, but a nice tidal wave does come through from Max, and they start turning things around as far as his defense goes. They will be able to hold on to the tier 2 in the mid side, but Bang is just keeping busy up top.
Right, just pushing solo. Wasn't interested in reacting to mid. Was probably called off having to come through. They still get the turret, so no gain at all for MVP.
This could be like a 25-minute game.
It could be even shorter than that. It could also be a surrender, just given how far ahead SKT are.
Oh, look at ADD. No, well, he does have the flash, but he's not using it. Dashes over to Wolf, then flashes away. So good, good escape route there. So playing the patient game, but still loses that summoner spell and still loses the tier 2 tower. And SK Telecom are going to continue their romp through the jungle and look to shut out MVP.
They have been aggressive. It hasn't certainly been a tutorial victory-esque performance from SKT. We know that from them. We saw Faker flashing under turrets on his Karma the last time he played, but everyone just overloaded with items on the side of SKT, and even though they chain CC so well onto Faker, there's no item timings on these champions to really put anywhere near lethal damage onto Faker.
Yep. Dirk now just finished for Ian as he gets a Null Magic Mantle and looks for the Hex Drinker, but I think it might be a little too late for that, my friend.
A nerfed Swiftness boots, a Dirk, and certainly a tier helps, but...
Yeah. And you can see Faker not even worrying about the spell penetration from the Sorcerer's Shoes, just picking up Merc Treads for the tenacity to get out of the Chain of Corruption faster. Already has Azonia's and an Athene's Unholy Grail with a needlessly large rod in the pocket. This is just disgusting.
It's worth noting, actually, Athene's Unholy Grail. You know, we haven't seen that item.
Really good for any caster that has shields.
Exactly. It's no longer one of the staple mid-lane regen items next to Morellonomicon. Now very much shield-focused, but the build from Faker does one thing well. You don't stay tenacity long, so you get shields in and you have high AP value, and now the Athenes also for the shield bearers. It's very much a turret diving build from Faker.
Used to see Athenes all the time, and people still see it in solo queue every now and then. People will build it, and it's like, oh, well, it's got MR on it. It's like, but it's got like barely any MR. It's like 25 MR.
People don't read patch notes, Skilios.
Apparently not. What's this big number on my Athenes? That's weird. Chains go out, Duke gets locked up, but they're not going to be able to do anything with that. And SKT are just ready to siege up at the mid and him tower. Top and bottom waves, they're in decent positions, but they actually could just hover around here, wait for this dragon to come up in about 20 seconds.
And it's just one of those games where MVP just keep losing advantages. They don't even have access to the shallowest of jungle creeps. They basically only get the minions that crash onto their inhibitor turrets. Such is the lead for SKT.
Yep, TP's going to come through here from Faker as he rejoins the team. Not only is he thrown out, Wolf taking the brunt of the damage. Now pops the, I don't know, he hasn't popped the Alistar ultimate. Goes in, finds Maha the knockup. That's going to be the Alistar ultimate coming across, and then Ashe absolutely gets melted Faker going to find the kill. ADD just trying to run away, but he can't do so. It's going to be another one picked up. Inhibitor line being broken before 20 minutes. The SK Telecom are just looking unbeatable, both in this match and this split. And they're going to take that and say, all right, you know what, let's go get ourselves a Cloud Drake.
When you look at the sum of 9 games, and on your hands, on one hand, maybe you can count the mistakes SKT has made, even minor mistakes, even if you want to nitpick, such has been their level of performance this season. A season where Coma infamously, before the start of the season, gave pause and said, hey, give us a chance. No chances, SKT. You don't need it.
Now it's all of the other teams saying, please, God, SK Telecom, give us a chance.
This team looks unassailable. They have so many different records. Obviously, have won all tournaments to be won. But things like a perfect season kind of come into your head, and perfect match season might be achievable. Perfect game season, an outside chance.
Yep. Well, they're trying to get onto Duke here, but the slow's already been used, so he'll just zip himself away. Yeah, Riot needs to make more tournaments so SK Telecom can go win them. They need more trophies.
Siphon some more money to China, get some of these players bought out for next season.
Yeah. I just like to imagine that Coma has like this nice study that he just sits in, smokes a pipe, and it's just all of the trophies and the stuffed heads of all of
You
the
get to
teams
keep
that
the
he's
trophies
defeated.
in Korea.
Yeah, that's a nice thing. You don't get to do that in the other regions. Very greedy. Trying to start up this Baron that's going to be ADD going in, but no one's there to back him up, and he goes down. The Baron falls as well as Blank smites it out. Now the chase is on as Ian's going to get tethered up. Bubble's not going to connect. Well, it does connect on the Faker, but it doesn't matter. Too little too late. He still gets popped by the back end of that Mantra Q. Trying to get on the Max, throws up the tidal wave flash by Faker with the tether. He's going to go down, and that should be the game here. Super Creeps knocking down on the Nexus doors. First turret going to fall, and this is going to be SK Telecom winning in 22 minutes.
Let's watch the gold value as the game ends. It's currently a 20,000 gold lead. Almost 1,000 gold lead a minute. 18 kills in 21 minutes. That sounds like an LPL match. All 18 are to SKT. A perfect game achieved, and they are looking immense.
That they are, and it's looking like a very early night here for the today is LCK Games Papa Smithy.
We don't get any player reaction shots, but I think you can kind of fill them in, Achilles. I'm sure there's going to be some dejection on the side of MVP, but certainly no elation on the side of SKT. Just a walk in the park. The damage numbers, Sivir never really got a chance to do any damage. It was Trundle turret diving with Elise, or Karma solo killing and zoning Varus, who put out some damage, but
Here's
that's
a fun,
about all he had
here's
going
a fun
for him.
stat. Max's Nami did more damage than Beyond's Graves
To champions.
to champions.
Well, Graves kind of farmed for the first 10 minutes as every lane lost.
Guys, I'll get to you eventually, I promise.
Please don't draft like that against SK Telecom. They're really good at taking advantage of the early game, and Graves can't gank. Outside of maybe a cheese level 2 gank, and you're running snowball skill matchups, and Elise just kind of ganked top and mid.
Who
and
do you draft
bot lane
like
did
that?
its thing.
Against CJ? Longzhu? Who do you-
ESC Ever.
ESC, I guess,
You
yeah.
could draft like that against ESC Ever. Perhaps Longzhu, but Longzhu were looking much better the last time we saw them on the Rift. It's a risky draft to run at the best of times, but you literally just saw Samsung, a team that is much better than you, put to the sword with a draft like that.
Yeah.
And SKT did it even easier this time.
Yeah. Perfect game. 18-0. Like you said, almost 1,000 per minute of gold lead.
So there's been quite a few perfect games in the history of League of Legends, understandably. Less recently because the mirror lane swaps mean that the turrets usually aren't perfect. But this is a true perfect game. I don't think there's ever been a perfect series. And a lane swap would
Not that I
just
can
kill
think of.
that hope, but more than an outside hope of a perfect series.
That would be...
It's usually the second game that is the perfect game.
I mean, SKT, they've won every tournament, so now they just have to go for like these little achievements that no one's unlocked yet. So we'll see if they're able to do that when we come back for Game 2. MVP desperately going to be looking for a win. And SK Telecom looking stronger than ever. Going to try to take him down.
Played a lot of you my winning. It's like 25 the lives that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like a feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air,
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 1 is pretty much everybody, but have to assign it to one individual. And it's going to be Blank that time around. Didn't die and had a pretty good kill contribution rating and just created picks all over the map.
But of course, primarily around the top lane, which I feel like increasingly in this new carry top meta will be relevant. This gank in the mid lane blew both of Ian's summoners, and he didn't take the cleanse, so it was a repeat gank for 5 minutes available in the mid lane, but this was the big story. Skill matchup in the top lane, Trinity Force. Irelia, I don't even know if the Trinity Force ever came through. Such was the speed of the game. We're going to touch on it, I imagine, multiple times in the future, but almost 1,000 gold lead per minute for SK Telecom in a 21-22 minute game.
Yep, that's actually a good point. I have no idea if he was able to even get the Trinity Force completed. I don't think he did, because a lot of this happened over and over and over again.
When you get a big lead, and the jungler is someone like Elise who does have kill pressure. Rek'Sai was banned away. Rek'Sai probably couldn't pull that off, but Elise did it just fine. The Baron take was clean. They waited there, killed off the jungler, jumped over. Everyone could just flash in aggressively because that's just how the game was going. And there just wasn't the tools available to MVP. The draft, I wouldn't say it was disrespectful, but it was almost disingenuous of the situation that MVP were going to find themselves in. They just saw with a very similar comp. It was a first pick Karma. It was a very early Karma. They knew what to expect, and they still put themselves in a situation where early game goes rough, especially when you have an Irelia. It's not a Maokai, so you can't even bank on the Irelia being relevant in team fights. It goes crazy pretty quickly. Perfect game to SKT.
Yeah, you said they don't have the tools. I don't think they really had anything. That was like watching somebody with like a plasma cannon destroy a civilization from the Stone Age.
Well, yeah, I don't know. They just didn't bring the right tools for that particular type of combat. They
brutal.
thought they had options, but even in a late game scenario where everything was even, which is a world that wasn't going to happen, I was a bit skeptical of what MVP could do, and now I'm worried for them because they really need to set the tone with their draft. Some of their drafts this season have been pretty good. They need to really level up their drafting phase for this particular game because as far as I know, there has never been, especially at the top level, I know there has never been a double perfect game series. And okay, a lane swap, but even if it's effectively a perfect game, even if there's an asterisk next to it, that's not enough for MVP. And Org that was just on their up. This was their first win 2 days ago, taking down ESC ever. Obviously very different opposition with SK Telecom, but you know, we hoped that the last win would kind of set the tone for their season, but something like this definitely could as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't know how you bounce back mentally after losing that hard. It's got to be a really rough state to be in if you're MVP. I mean, already just going into this matchup, it's like, oh god, it's SK Telecom. Like, how are we going to do this? You know, what do you do as a coach to try to motivate the players and reassure them, like, yeah, you can do this. Like, we can win this. And then you get absolutely destroyed. How do you try to bounce back from that? I just don't know if it's possible.
Well, I mean, Dongjun and Cloud Templar asked Beyond, who was the dual MVP in their series 2 days ago, about this series. And, you know, he was honest. He was like, look, we don't really expect to win. We're just going to try our best. We're going to put our best foot forward. They weren't able to do that in game one. And now, as you say, with the added mental baggage of the perfect game, they need to find a way to just shed that, draft smart, play to their win conditions, and learn something. Because the worrying thing for MVP in that game is they didn't really do enough to actually learn something. That's why things like build order or item skill or ability skilling or anything like that were kind of irrelevant because such was the lead for SKT. They could have done whatever they wanted.
I learned that SK Telecom is bloodthirsty and unrelenting.
Well, you obviously haven't been paying attention in class, Achilleos, because 3 years has taught you that.
I've known this for quite some time. You can see, though, Big and Ban for Game 2 up on the screen. And this is going to look pretty familiar so far as Azir taken away by MVP. Still just don't want Faker to get his hands on it, even with the 6.11 changes.
You see the Nidalee ban respected to Beyond as well. I have to feel like SKT... I don't think any team has really worked out, especially in Korea, what the correct 611 bans are. It's been a surprise to see things like Azir, and to a lesser extent Ryze in the ban list. I feel like Ryze is still very powerful. Karma is the third ban, so Faker's already found himself 3 mid lane bans, so he's probably, as usual, feeling pretty good about himself. And he's on the red side, so if they want a last pick for Faker, they can, but I have to feel like they're going to just last pick for Duke and get him into a winning carry matchup, because we've seen the Trundle. We know he's a great Trundle. I want to see some of those carry top laners from Duke.
Yeah. You just can't ban out Faker is the issue. And the Varus still does get banned away here by SK Telecom. Some slight respect being shown there. Definitely not a necessary one. The pressure that Blank and Faker were able to apply between the two of them was just insurmountable by MVP as a whole. And you see MVP might just be sticking to 6.10 tactics with this Maokai hover.
At least in a scenario like last game, Maokai would have done something. Aurelia, when she's behind, does basically nothing. Has a single target stun, but in this patch may not even be maxing that burst, so it could just be low duration. Maokai can be in one of those scenarios where he can fight his way back with very few items, has that CC, has the teleport. Vladimir was kind of overlooked in a large way in the previous draft. Of course, didn't see any changes. Still expected to be a premier pick, so we may actually see the first pick Vladimir come through from MVP.
Vladimir Swain, all aboard the hype train. God, I hope that doesn't happen. But they are hovering on this one for quite some time, so it looks like they might just lock this more than likely for Ian. Don't think ADD wants to run that one up to the top side, but they could flex it.
There is the possibility, and something like this will actually probably delay SKT
No.
from picking their mid lane pick till very late in the draft, Achilles, because we already saw that Faker has the answer to the Stain Mages with the Anivia. There is still the outside chance of flexing it, so now you probably do want to keep Faker for that last pick on red side.
I just don't want this Maokai.
Okay then,
through.
no Maokai then.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Duke. It's like Nami Elise might be grabbed up for SK Telecom. They're still playing around with this jungle pick for the time being. Only 2 jungle bans this time.
We've seen Gragas in the top lane and the jungle. Beyond got MVP playing the Gragas, so until it's locked in, it could just be a shot across the broad side to Beyond. We do see the Nami locked in, so Nami priority jumping way up. We saw Soraka with this sort of priority in the past, and now we're seeing Nami jump up, and Blank's going to stick with the Elise. And ever since MSI, that's a really good thing from my side of the coin. He was very, very good on this champion, specifically in the grand final of MSI.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. You can see Beyond, though, showing that Amumu for a second. I'd love to see that one get locked in again. Might be the right amount of surprise to pull a fast one on SK Telecom and find some sort of edge earlier on in the game.
And Mumu still has to be drafted in later phases of the draft most of the time. You know, there is that synergy between champions like Vlad and Amumu with the damage amp AoE for Amumu to ride in, or the other way around, getting 5 members hit with that Hemo Plague. Action onto MVP, expecting there to have a mid lane pick, and it looks like they want to pick their AD carry and support as well. They already have the information that Nami will be the support on this side of SKT.
Yeah, so Braum makes sense. Use the Unbreakable and get rid of that tidal wave.
It's definitely a decent choice. Can be risky in the laning phase, but probably going to be just fine. May see SKT just return to Ezreal, which of course has been a staple of Bang for a long time. Lucian's available. Lucian, of course, saw some pretty heavy nerfs on 6.11.
Yeah, range to his piercing light.
There's been incremental nerfs to Lucian for a long time, but it feels like this may be the one to actually push him out of viability. But of course, Bang needs to do his cast a tribute before we get any actual information.
Just gotta shuffle through. He put the Trundle in there. Does that mean that he thinks that Dankun looks like a Trundle?
Gosh. Your words, not mine, because I didn't even think of that reality. Faker, will they just reach for
I mean,
the
he's
Anivia
shown it
now?
already. They could just go for this. I mean, Anivia, the only change that she really got on this patch was a little bit of increased mana cost to the ultimate for the early levels.
Which is relevant, but obviously not a massive hit.
Yeah.
The only risk here is that you can flex the Vladimir. So that's the kind of issue, is that I think drafting-wise, if this was a massive match, you do hold on to the Anivia to last pick, unless you know for sure that ADD won't pick that Vladimir. But even team comp-wise, there still will be a phase, theoretically, where Vlad and Anivia are interacting in a 5v5, and Anivia will still be very relevant, even if she has a more difficult early game laning phase to get through.
Yep. That's going to be Kalista for Bang. Not an AD carry that we see a whole lot of anymore, so surprising to see him draw that one back out, especially when Ezreal is available.
I mean, the champion pool for AD carries is now different. It's worth noting that Lucian was a blocker pick to a lot of ADs, and I wouldn't say Kalista was one of those, but there are certainly AD carries that were outclassed by Lucian, and now with Lucian less of a consideration, and also the Lucian-Kalista matchup going further into Kalista's advantage, then you can understand it coming in. Kalista-Nami is an interesting duo, just because Nami's probably going to be on a disengage.
You don't
with the
really
ult.
want to throw Nami.
No, you
into the
throw
face
Nami
of-
out, of course. It's all about like you used to use the Janna lanes, but it
Get in
definitely
there.
isn't. It's not Braum, that's for sure.
You can't block the tidal wave if it comes from behind you. It's going to be Gragas and Echo picked up here for the side of MVP. So looking like jungle Gragas for Beyond, and top Echo coming back through for ADD, so going with that one despite the nerfs, and Duke will be pulling out Aurelia. So we finally get to see him on his first true carry top laner.
And we already saw Blank show plenty of attention to Duke's lane last game. Expect to see even more now. Duke's on the one with the Trinity Force power spike. Let's see how this goes. Duke has always been known as a laning-focused champion. Back at MSI, and in the past, he's had his struggles with teleports. Why Maokai was eventually given to him, and he's kind of learned how to make those big teleport plays over time. But he's previously been known, especially on the Naja days, purely as a laning dominant top laner. It's why he won Spring Season MVP, dominating the lane, and that's why the meta changes, but if anything, it fits SKT better than it did before.
Yep. I'm just excited for Duke, because Trundle not really a true carry top laner, but Duke still plays him like one. So now I want to see how bloodthirsty he's going to be on this Aurelia, especially going into Echo with all of these changes. Could be really interesting to see how he's going to work around that, because Aurelia obviously still has innate tenacity because of the passive, so the parallel convergence is even going to be even less reliable for ADD, because it already has that stun duration nerf to it.
And Duke in his career is 1-1 on Aurelia, so looking to get above 50% with a win here.
Oh yeah.
Hasn't been a lot of Aurelia days, though, in the last few years.
Let's move to 66%.
The dream.
Repeating. That'd be nice, but MVP definitely going to have to look a lot stronger coming into this one, because SK Telecom are unstoppable at the moment, looking for that 10-0 score line.
Brave man to bet against SKT at the best of times against MVP.
Or a full.
After that game one, or a full, as you say. Nothing's changed, though. SKT looking great so far this series.
Yep. Figures Anivia coming back out into this Vladimir, so I think we know how this one goes. With as many blue buffs as he was able to get in that last game, but let's go ahead and get straight into game 2. All right, Mountain Drake going to kick things off from us. And like I was saying, Faker last time playing this into the Vladimir Swain matchup. I'm pretty sure that I think it was against Longzhu. They only got maybe 2 buffs from their own jungle, so Faker constantly had blue buff on his side and didn't even get punished for a very late tier build.
I mean, MVP has some good answers for Anivia in this comp. Anivia very much wants to stand in one spot while she's channeling her ultimate. Something like a Gragas Cask could push it away, as we see. A bit of an invade for vision here from SKT.
Yep. Duke's still going to come out on top of that one.
Echo also so maneuverable that the wall doesn't really have any relevance against Echo in most team fights. Yep. So it's definitely not Vlad Swain really want to stay in melee range of the enemy team.
Yep. Oh, Max going to walk into the brush here, finds Wolf. The Winter's Bite's not going to connect. We'll get a little bit of damage in onto Bang. You can see Duke just looking to max out those auto attacks with the Fervor of Battle.
Strength of the Ages once again from Vladimir. Second time we've seen mid lane Vlad go for that Strength of the Ages. Now you do
Makes
get
sense.
300 health, which does interact with AP better than it did in the past. So you are getting the big value out of the passive from Vlad in that situation.
What else do you think we would be seeing from Vladimir as far as keys go? Do you think that there's one that's more optimal, or?
No, I'm liking it. I've just been thinking about, because of course it's not normal to see mid lane Strength of the Ages.
Yeah.
Or in laning Strength of the Ages in general, just because the cannons come less often than, say, the big jungle camps do for junglers. That's why you see junglers take Strength of the Ages. But I played some Vladimir pre-rework, and none of the keystones felt great, so I think Strength of the Ages does fit pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, what else would you take? Deathfire Touch or Thunderlord's Decree? Not really very fitting for that champion.
Level 2, first gotten by ADD in top lane, so let's see how the jungle pathing is from Blank, because we heavily expect him to want to visit top and snowball this Aurelia.
Yeah. He wants to get Duke ahead as quickly as he possibly can.
And look, it's going pretty damn quick.
Yep, he's already roaming up here. Duke should have the stun. There it is, comes out. Flash Cocoon, perfectly played by Blank. He's got the parallel convergence. Will he be able to get the stun? He will. And Duke has to flash away. Flash forward by
Nicely
ADD.
done.
Finds the first blood. Will go down, but very nicely played by ADD to pick up first blood.
ADD juked in and out of that brush, expertly got the stun down, and the minions did the rest of the work. Duke is outplayed by ADD, and the hope for a perfect series is gone, but it's good to see some life still in MVP.
Yep. We're worried about whether or not they'd be able to bounce back, and so far looks like ADD Feeling pretty good. So both summoners going to be down for those top laners, and Blank going to be without a flash. So it could be something that Beyond takes advantage of.
I was watching the replay on my screen. He was actually really smart. He juked aggressively into the minion line to ensure there was more and more minions hitting on Duke, and then eventually went towards the turret. So he maximized the chance the minions would take him down. So expertly done from ADD. Good to see.
You could just say that he duked on him.
Oh boy, the Dukeception there.
It works out.
Duking and juking with Duke.
It adds up. And Max just having some trouble hitting these winter lights.
SKT expects Beyond to be on the bot side of the jungle, so they're showing a lot of respect in the bot lane.
Yeah, have that Sentinel roaming through that bottom side of the Tri-Brush. And Beyond. That didn't catch him, but he's staying on a ward now. That was weird.
Definitely conspicuous one way or the other.
It looked like it should have been seen.
I agree.
He's a very large man to
That's
not
true.
get spotted by that cone of vision. Sentinel needs to get its eyes checked. And SKT just going to keep him here as long as they possibly can. Beyond's just losing time to be in the jungle.
So Duke is following what I was speaking about with a dagger in the infantry, so expecting that to be the Stinger first for Aurelia.
Yep.
Maxing W, so yeah, Aurelia W max has not been a thing for a long time. Obviously it was the standard in Season 2 days, but it felt like you got a lot more out of maxing stun for a long time. That stun damage was toned down in previous patches, then we just didn't see Aurelia, but with Stinger fitting the item build paths so well, W max, Stinger first Aurelia should become the new norm in the top lane.
Yep. And ADD has a Dark Seal, so going to be looking to stack that up as best as he can. Get that increased regen off of the potion, and then also has that cloth armor coming through. So it could just be a chain vest coming out for him. Maybe the, what's the name of it? Glacial, whatever.
Glacial Shroud,
Shroud, yeah, there we go.
the one that builds into Iceborne Gauntlet.
My mind had a brain, I had a brain fart right there, okay?
Bit frazzled by the perfect game you just witnessed minutes ago.
That, I'm a little bit tired.
Really?
I had a pretty, well, I guess it wasn't that late of a night. Went to Ultra last night. Saw Dead Mouse.
How was good old Deadmau5 doing? Noted MOBA enthusiast Deadmau5.
Yeah. Yeah, he was good. Pretty good set. And Avicii closed out. And we were done by 11 o'clock. Welcome to Korea. Oh, Duke's going so aggressive onto ADD. Doesn't know that Beyond's here. Still gets the kill, however. Parallel Convergence obviously not going to set him up, but FVP do lose one there in the top side as Duke finds that 1v... It was like a 1.5. I guess I can't really call it a 1v2. Beyond didn't really react in time.
Well, that was one of those things where ADD was trying to calculate the damage and very clearly was baiting. It's just the bait was... It's not respecting the damage value of W max Aurelia. Took too much free damage. It was level 6 to level 5. Obviously didn't have the ult to snap back.
Yeah.
And was punished. So calculated so well when it came to getting the 1-for-1 trade on the early gank by Elise. And then the calculations really didn't serve him very well in that scenario.
Yeah, and then Beyond couldn't really chase in for the kill because there was just so many minions that he would have lost out that duel. So very nicely played by Duke, turning things around in what looked like a pretty dire situation.
I think it was just more poor execution from Beyond, which, as I said, surprising given that he did have a nice outplay in the 1v2 earlier. So Echo saw pretty heavy-handed changes. You know, Iceborne Gauntlet was nerfed in previous patches. A lot of things have gone against Echo's build path, and this is the direct changes. He had obviously the E damage toned down in previous patches, and then now his chase potential's down because he procs that passive less often, so the movement speed and missing health damage. Very relevant when you're chasing down in a long, extended laning phase.
Oh, another fight coming out. ADD just got back to the lane. We'll get the Parallel Convergence. And Duke's just throwing out the ultimate.
Parallel Convergence had its stun duration reduced, and basically all his base values were turned down. So AP Echo, more unaffected by the changes, but Tank Echo definitely trying to be forced off the rift.
Yep. It was the Glacial Shroud for him. So just trying to mitigate, build toward that Iceborne Gauntlet as fast as he can. Beyond going to miss out on this blue buff. Not the biggest thing, because you wouldn't do a whole lot going over to Ian, so it would have been the Gragas taking that one up.
First clear from Gragas can be a bit tricky when it comes to mana sustain, but you can see that he has the Hunter's Potion, so he'll be doing just fine.
So far, it's been pretty stagnant in that mid side. You can see Faker just going straight for the tier. Has another Sapphire Crystal in the inventory. And it's just going to be a Spectre Scout here for Ian, so looking to a tiered message very early on.
Watching the trades top lane with Aurelia having the item advantage. Didn't go for Stinger, just went for the straight Sheen for the burst trade.
Yeah, this is starting to go really one-sided for Duke here. As you can see, he's just winning up these trades and just doubling the CS that ADD has at the moment, while the bot lane duo of SK Telecom decide to start up this Mountain Drake, but the ward comes over the wall, and that will deter them from going any harder on that objective. ADD, he might just die for the parallel convergence, comes out, yep, not going to get the stun, and Duke comes up with the 1v1.
And it's a solo kill for Duke, and again, feels like the old meta, feels like the return of Najin Duke, and that was good enough to win MVP on a Najin team that struggled, missed playoffs, so meta changes. By the end of right at the end of the tank meta, Duke had caught up. The first 8 games of the season attested to that. Now we get into the meta that actually fits Duke like a glove, and that's scary, because SKT, it turns out, was doing plenty of winning beforehand.
Yeah. Now they're doing extra winning. But no perfect games still, as they did give up that kill on the top side for first blood, so unfortunately not. What a garbage team. Can't get 2 perfect games in a row. Well, flash away, still going to get caught by that Glacial Fissure. Bang, taking those stacks, will get locked up. One more hit, there it's going to be, but he still makes it back under the sanctity of that tower, and he will stay alive. Wolf has to flash away, but here comes Duke, gets a slow one to Maha. One more auto attack will do it, and he finds it. He's going to get locked up, however, it looks like he may pay for this one as Ian has joined the team. Gets a ton of regen coming through from the ebb and flow. Duke will still stay alive.
Here comes Faker.
Blank now on the roam down, and Faker's here to join as well. Has the wall available. Just going to go turn straight onto Beyond. They work him down. Duke finds the kill. Wall comes out. Ian has to roam around that one. The Sanguine Bull going to have to flash straight away out of that one to avoid the bubble, and that's going to be a nice couple kills coming in for SK Telecom in that bottom side. ADD's getting a much-needed push onto the top, but I still don't think he's going to be able to take that turret.
Just some really big outplays from SKT, even though they had less resources. SKT was second to react. Of course, Anivia never going to be as fast to roam as Ghost Flash Vladimir, but they still went out on the kills. They couldn't even secure the kill onto Duke either. Faker will just be obnoxious, auto-attacking and looking for trades on the Vladimir under turret, and this will be first dragon of the game to SKT.
Mountain Drake as well, and then another Cloud Drake to follow. So we're keeping things pretty close to last game, it seems. But we'll see another look at this engage in the bot side.
Just look at the mini-map, because remember, there's already Beyond here. Elise finally starts walking down, and Nivea's not even interested in coming in. Of course, the teleport from Duke will register. They thought they would get the kill, so Maha eventually dies. Duke has trouble actually auto-attacking the Sivir among 3 people. But then the ebb and flow and the ultimate at the same time is just enough healing. Ian's first instinct is that Aurelia is dead. Realizes that he isn't, but isn't able to turn around to actually kill Duke. And then this is where Duke and Faker and Blank show up, combined for the rest of the kills. They can't quite snipe down Ian, but of course they get turret damage and also the Mountain Drake from it, so stacking up those objectives and advantages are SKT.
Yeah, not to mention almost everybody's summoners is down except for ADD's Flash at the moment, so SKT coming out on top in a very big way.
And guess what? Duke's 4-1-1, so he's going to go back by Trinity Force at 11 minutes, and then Echo can't enter lane.
Yep. He's already had a really hard time entering lane, and now this is just going to be absolutely oppressive.
Think about how many times in the last 6 months we've actually been able to say that a top laner can't enter lane. We saw this with in the Challenger Promotion Series where Ryze and Maokai, and the Ryze was so far ahead that Maokai couldn't enter lane, but Maokai is such a cheap build path that honestly we've seen so much of him, he can always kind of just snipe CS from far away. When Aurelia has a Trinity Force over your Glacial Shroud, you can't even hope to look at your turret, let alone get any CS.
Oh boy. ADD clears out the pink ward. There's plenty of ward coverage though for SK Telecom as they come around the backside. Look at the parallel convergence stun in the shield, but I don't think it's going to matter a whole lot. Ultimate still awaiting. He snaps back straight in the face of Faker, and he goes down. Duke making it 5-1. And this is just pretty brutal to watch. Not as brutal as the last game, but still, it's up there.
And SKT had 2 options. They could have had Duke just freeze the wave and then Echo can't enter lane, or they could just turret dive for extra kills, and they go for the more flashy, greedy choice. And they didn't need to invest 3 people, but this does also get them control over the blue buff area. So you asked how many blue buffs Faker's going to get. The answer is plenty.
Yep. So we'll take this one away, continue that tier stacking. Rod of Ages is a little ways out as he already has the Catalyst of Aeons in the inventory. So on the next back he might even have it after that play on the top side.
ADD has an emergency Kindle Gem to go with the Glacial Shroud.
Very needed. But, yeah, still looking pretty rough. Ian's
Only you can
still
ask
not
for
even getting
parlay in League of Legends. ADD would be behooved to ask Duke for parlay.
I mean, I'd love to watch Duke's Gangplank.
Rough days for MVP.
Yep. Very rough indeed. It's been a rough last couple of weeks, really, for these guys. Sans the win against ESC.
I mean, they had the heartbreaking losses. The ones where they played very well for large swaths of games. And the
Against
KT
KT.
one was, of course, the famous
Yeah.
53 hit point Nexus loss. And then they played very well against ESC Ever for the majority of the series. Were definitely the better team, 1-2-0. And you kind of hoped that this series would be closer than it's actually ended up being.
Yep. And their next match, this is their only game that they have this week, but even their next match is still going to be a tough one. They go up against Jin Air just a week from today.
A very different team to face, though.
Yeah.
There'll be much longer game times. Expected there not to be the same dominance in the early game. How will Jin Air fit the meta as ADD goes aggressive for some reason?
I'm excited for Trace in this meta. There's some potential there.
He's just, again, there's teams that will be obviously benefited from 6-11 changes. Duke can keep going aggressive beyond here, though.
Yes, he is, but Duke's keeping himself healthy with the ultimate, and ADD already has to use the snap back just to get that extra little bit of HP. And looks like he's just going to have to recall and possibly surrender that turret over to Duke. Blank with the invade down bottom. Gets spotted by the ward, but that opens up the pressure for this tower to be taken. Oh, Beyond stops the recall, goes in, gets a body slam. Duke really far forward, has to just flash away. Will evade getting knocked back by the explosive cask. Still going to be a little too aggro for him.
Yeah, nice respect flash, though. He realized he'd be bounced back into turret and potentially could die 1v2, so just decided to get himself to safety. He's going to let the minions crash on the turret. Just finishing my thought, the big trio, Duke, Someday, Smeb, these are the guys who look at the 6-11 patch notes, look at the Trinity Force changes, and lick their lips.
Yep.
And Traces, even though at the start of last season was playing more of those carries, he's very much a defensive-minded top lane. So if I'm a betting man, KT, Tigers, SKT, big advantages from these top lane-centric changes on 6-11, and Samsung and Jin Air, I think, are the teams that will struggle to match them because although Cuvée can play some carries, Trace has shown some games where he can carry, they don't have the same mindset, and you need the mindset of a carry to succeed in a top lane focused meta.
Well, we'll get our first look at the Tigers with this new patch come Wednesday, I believe, as they go up against CJ Entus. So maybe not the greatest judge of how the changes are going to affect them, but in the meantime, we have a little bit of a scuffle in that mid side. You can see the Fate's Call used by Bang just to drag Wolf out to safety, and that should be the end of it, but Ghost was used by Ian.
Yeah, 4,800 gold lead. 5,000 is a lot at 16 minutes, but it pales in comparison to what we saw in the previous game.
Considerably.
Duke roams down. He's gone Berserker Grease, so he's not slowing down with the damage.
And Beyond waiting to roam in here, standing on that pink ward, so he knows he's not seen. Come around the backside. Now on the hunt, gets popped. With that move speed, he goes forward with the flash. Knocks Bang straight into the rest of the team, and he is going to go down. Maha finds a kill. Nicely played by MVP, just setting the trap for SKT, and they slowly and surely walked right into it.
And Duke had already gone to top side, so honestly, Bang was kind of caught unawares. They're still going to get a free objective from this because MVP is showing so much respect to SKT.
This is going to be the trend tonight. Mountain into cloud into mountain again.
Doa and I cast a series where I believe 4 out of 5 Drakes we saw on the day were Cloud, so
Good lord.
I don't think there was a combat stat. There was maybe 1 mountain over 2 series. It was insane stuff.
Thank you, RNG.
Cloud Drakes always.
We're fast.
And we can't complain. We cast a telecom wall with only Infernal.
That's very true. Infernal and mountain only is a nice thing to see.
Only combat stats.
This makes for those skirmishes to be that much more interesting.
I just want to talk a little bit more about, while we have a bit of a lull, the patch changes as well. Just once again talking about the changes. You know, people might say, okay, there was a carry meta before with champions like Fiora, as Duke considers the turret dive again. But it was Fiora beating tanks. Now it's going to be carry versus carry. It's a very different thing. Because Fiora existed as a top lane carry because she beat the tank meta. The tank meta is not necessarily a thing of the past, but soon to become one.
Yeah.
And so it's just true on Aurelia, Jax, Kennen days in the top lane, so it's just very different from the past year or so.
I mean, is there something out there that we just haven't seen across the regions right now that you think you can test with this Aurelia? Because, I mean, something historically before changes to Trinity Force and whatnot that you would sometimes see against Aurelia is like Olaf. in the top
Malphite?
side. Yeah, that's true. Malphite. We haven't seen him for quite some time. Oh, on the hunt gets Bob yet again.
Oh,
Finger.
the wall.
Yeah, nice denial with the wall. Keeps himself safe. That opens up pressure here for the rest of the team to push in, take down the tier 1. Ian comes around the side, TP straight in the middle of the lane. Parallel convergence goes down. Can he find the lockups? And he gets stunned with the flank and the wolf. Tidal Wave comes out. They just go ahead and pop ADD. Can't even use the ultimate to keep himself alive. Ian now on the run as Duke just keeps 3 members of MVP busy. You can see that Vladimir is just not long for this world. He goes down. Blank finds the kill. That will be the tier 1 tower going down to SK Telecom and maybe more. They can just push straight in for that tier 2.
And when you're ahead on Aurelia, there's no way for the AD carry to even come near. You can always free auto attack a Maokai. You can never get that close to an Aurelia. So 3 members zoned away after Beyond had to use a 1-man ultimate onto Duke as well. Excellent turret damage also. The Mountain Drake in tow. It will take 2 extra objectives from that. And now this gold lead starts to balloon for SKT.
Yep. Another look at this one here.
I mean, it looked good from an MVP side, but the 4-man Hema play just doesn't count.
Pop.
Exactly, he popped down first. The Echo just dies in the front line. Duke, no way for MVP to walk past this top lane Triforce carry, and thus Ian dies for free in the back line.
Yep. Oh, SK Telecom. Just clapping their enemies left and right.
It's a long season, so get used to it. If this SK Telecom sticks together, and there's no reason they shouldn't, then,
That would be a massive shakeup if something like that happened in the middle of the split.
well, it would require an act of God, you'd have to think, to stop them from just fielding the same roster. And so far the roster, it was good before, and again, the changes, if anything, seem to have made them stronger.
Yep. I think if Faker calls a shot, that's going to keep everything the way that it is. But we got to be pretty damn happy with how things are going thus far. Bang. Oh, maybe in a bad spot. AD coming forward. Wolf is slow. Bang trying to jump away. Nice double bubble there by Wolf, but isn't enough to keep him alive. He's fighting back as best as he can, but Maha's on the backside. Crits come through, and they find a kill. Wolf looking to flash out of the Baron pit. It doesn't look like he's going to make it. He does not. That's going to be another kill going over to the Sivir. So Bang and Wolf playing up way too far. They're not having enough vision. They get punished for it.
Yeah, disrespectful play, honestly. They didn't have vision on that side of the map at all. Just surprised from MVP. They thought they'd be demoralized. They thought that they wouldn't look for these sort of aggressive plays. It's the sort of play you don't make against a team that you're, expecting to be on the same footing as you, and it's good to see MVP see an opportunity and take it. They haven't had the chance to do that this week.
Uh-oh, Blank going in for the kill into ADD. Knows he doesn't have the ultimate. Dodges out the parallel convergence with the repel, but now maybe doesn't have the gap close, and he does not. AD will be able to get out with his life.
Sub 100 health, didn't have enough range on the Spider Q, so couldn't pick up the kill. Now we see Duke against Ian in the side lane. This is always a matchup that Aurelia traditionally won, and nothing should change. Was able to fit in a Spectre's Cowl as well.
Duke is getting closer to Flame Horizon territory. He's just about 40 off at the moment, and Berserker creeps through the Aurelia.
5% extra attack speed and the swiftness boots being largely trivialized means we'll see more Berserkers, specifically from the AD carries, but increasingly from some of these top lane carries as well.
He has a Glacial Shroud. Frozen Fist plus Trinity Force. Let's see it.
Frozen Heart was
Yeah.
always the staple on Aurelia.
Yeah,
Get
the Frozen
cooldown
Heart would
reduction.
be really good into Maha.
So probably going to be the Frozen Heart, as you say, the passives don't stack from Trinity Force and the Iceborne Gauntlet.
What a world that would be. I don't want to live in that world. That
Exactly.
sounds terrible.
Trinity Force Lich Bane back in the day could have been fun as well, but again, it's not the world we live in.
You know, an item we haven't really seen at all is Wit's End. Did get a cost reduction. They changed the build path for that
Really
one.
big buff. I mean, the only champion that really makes sense with it is Warwick, obviously. Gets a lot of power over that, but it's not a competitive pick. And Kog'Maw really would love the newly rebuffed Wit's End, so I think we could definitely see some Kog'Maw with Wit's End. But
I mean, if you have a heavy AP team, why not this Aurelia? He's going very much for the attack speed, the increase on the Trinity Force, the Berserker's Greaves, as well as Fervor. That makes sense.
with Aurelia, it's always a tipping point because you build damage until you feel like you don't need damage anymore. So tankiness makes so much more sense at this point. It's already killing everyone. so it doesn't need to stack on the damage. But you're right, Wit's End was always a edge case Aurelia item.
It's going to be another Cloud Drake Papa.
Great.
We're just going to keep this train rolling. But I remember back in, oh god, season 3?
What a dilapidated train that must be.
It's a very boring train.
Yeah.
It's not the SKT hype train. Oh, ADD does take away that buff. But I was going to say, I remember back in like season 3 or something, just top Mundo with Wit's End and
Really?
beating the crap out of people.
I remember Top Mundo with Spirit Visage, so maybe we're just remembering different things.
You do like Spirit Visage, Warmogs, Wit's End, and like a Randuin's or something, and they just never get away from you, never kill you.
I don't remember a phase where Wit's End was a Mundo item. I definitely remember.
I'm talking about solo queue.
Sure.
This is not professional play.
Now, if you said Warmog's Atmas, then sure.
Oh god.
Critting
Atlas.
on your E as Mundo with his health total was good times.
Now there's a name I've not heard.
Good old Atma. His Impaler.
He didn't impale very much.
No.
Didn't really do the job. I mean, by the end, like, who was even a champion that used Atmas? Like Garen? Maybe?
It was always a good Gangplank item, even if he had low health, just because the crit was
Tank Plank.
harder to find. Gangplank, as you mentioned.
Oh. Duke finds pretty much all 5 members of MVP. Keeps him busy, though. Flashes over the wall to stay safe. And SK Telecom just starting up this Baron. It looks like it's going to go down. No one near MVP able to contest this one. Faker waiting in the brush, going to find Ian. Swaits him even further, gets the wall out. The stun not going to connect. They throw Wolf in, though. Get the pop-up on the max, and he's taking a ton of damage and blocking a ton as well with the Unbreakable. He will go down in the end, and Faker comes around the sidelines, finds
Whoa.
Maha. Look at the crit coming through. 600 damage just about onto that Sivir, and she's trying to kite back. Ian, the one sitting up in the front lines, but he's going to get popped by Faker as well, and SK Telecom looking to keep pushing it. Nice walls. Not going to be able to find the kill on the ADD, but 2 members down plus Baron buff. This is looking like inhibitor territory for SK Telecom.
Crazily, that fight went as well as could be expected from MVP. Max actually blocks the tidal wave from hitting the backline. If it's the first projectile hit, then you will block the rest of the tidal wave. So nice job from Max. He gives his life, and now gets some more kills.
Okay, well, ADD does manage to use the ultimate this time, but Maha flashes out, doesn't get the Ren coming through from Bang to confirm the kill, but the rest of MVP are just scrambling. They do find a kill onto the Callista in the end. Inhibitor's going to go down, and Duke is just splitting down the bot side, so MVP finds an answering kill, but they're losing so much in the base.
I mean, Bang flashed aggressively 4v5 to secure a kill. Such was his confidence, was well punished. Second time that Bang, and Wolf it was previously, had been punished, but Duke, meanwhile, just taking down turrets aplenty.
So I'll take another look at this one. The catch coming through for Faker.
I mean, Max saves this fight. If you watch, he's at the front. Because he's the first one hit with the tidal wave, it does stop it from affecting Ian and beyond. That would have been more kills, but Duke finds the most beautiful of teleport flanks, and yeah, they just chase down. They don't necessarily have the damage to register all these kills, but there's nothing MVP can do.
Yeah, 3-man Hemo Plague even, and Ian just can't get close enough to follow up on the damage. So in the end, the pop comes through. It doesn't really do much of anything.
We didn't really spend any time talking about the team comps. You can definitely see the engaged comp on the side of MVP. The Sivir has so much great synergy with the Vladimir, and potentially you can do some great things with Beyond, who was doing aggressive casks when we saw him play against ESC Ever. SKT, very much about getting that split push advantage. They did that with Aurelia being just so damn far ahead in the top lane. Teamfight, they have the great option of the wall, and their single target damage is very good. It just hasn't really counted for much once again. Hasn't necessarily been game 1 level of one-sided, but still very much SKT in control.
Yeah, you can see the Blade of the Rune King build now coming in for Duke, looking for even more trade potential, plus that slow on the active as a Spirit Visage in tow, so he's just mitigating all types of damage while outputting just as much.
And the 4-1 is on because no one can enter lane against Duke, and he's got Trinity Force. He will take down those turrets very quickly.
Yeah, we can see this thing just getting destroyed very quickly by him and the Baron empowered minions. So it's going to be another inhibitor exposed. Supreme's getting ready to start pushing down that mid side. SK Telecom are looking for 2 more as the rest of the team pushes in onto this top side. MVP basically have to answer this top because they can't do anything against Duke at the moment, so another inhibitor going to go down for free.
Aurelia was always one of the scariest champions to be strong in the meta because if no one can enter her lane, she split pushes turrets quickly, and when she teleports in, she has tenacity built in. She bursts down backline, so even in a team fight, if she can teleport flank, she can just ruin the AD carry's day and trivialize them in a team fight.
Yep. Duke now joining his team up with this top side as the turret does go down. That's going to allow for SK Telecom to push forward into the base. Duke just getting straight onto Ian, whittling him down as best as they can. Blank will have to dodge out with Repel, keep himself up into the air. Duke gets locked up by the concussive blows, goes straight into the back line of the Maho, gets knocked up by the tidal wave. ADD and Beyond up at the front lines, having to retreat because they're taking so much damn damage. And Pod comes through and bang, rends out ADD for the kill. One member down, 3 inhibitors falling. And now SK Telecom are just straight onto the Nexus turrets, looking to close this game out under 30 minutes. Waves aren't quite there though. We'll see how long they stick around. Blank is very low at the moment.
Duke healing up, though no one can peel the Aurelia away, and that's a team with a Braum. But there's just no answer. Gragas has no ability to do it as well. This is what Aurelia does, and she's damned efficient at it.
Yep. Pop-up goes on to Max. No one to follow that one up, but they're just letting the super creeps crash in on all waves. Nexus turn's gonna fall. SK Telecom are gonna close this game out. ADD coming up in 4 seconds, but he just cannot do a damn thing when he gets there. Beyond goes down, and that's gonna be the Nexus falling here at 29.5 minutes. SK Telecom go 10-0 in the game score as they take down MVP with a 2-0.
And after a demonstration of how to take down a Trinity Force top laner, we now get a demonstration on how to play with one. We saw some solo kills coming from Duke, good jungle attention from Blank as well. Even though they botched the first engage, Aurelia can warp games like this. Trinity Force top laners, Jax and Aurelia can do this, where if no one can enter lane against them, and Vlad famously in the top lane could never deal with Aurelia either, you can't enter the lane. Also, if you teamfight, Watch will just teleport in and kill your AD carries. So there were no good decisions left for MVP, and thus SKT took a combo victory. Look at that gold damage dealt. This is the new future we live in. Enjoy it, guys, because Aurelia's here to play.
Well, I, for one, welcome our new top lane overlords in Aurelia and Jax. It's good to see them back in action here. But yeah, 20.6 thousand. Next closest was Bang's Kalista, which was a little rough. I mean, that entire bot lane interaction from SK Telecom is actually looking a little skewed compared to their normal level of play, but still do come out on top in the end.
I mean, Bang was aggressively flashing in 4v5s to get exit kills because the game was over, the series was over. Clearly, it was a low-stakes situation for him because he would not, as you mentioned, make those sort of plays in a normal game.
Well, even earlier on in that match was still a little bit rough. But MVP, in the end, looking like they had a little bit more of a breath of life in this match. They put up a fight. They didn't give up a perfect series. But in the end, I think they were only able to garner 5 or 6 kills for themselves. So still a lot of work to be done if they want to contend with these top teams. Because, again, a week from today, they go up against Jin Air.
Which is a week to kind of look back at their recent series, learn some of their difficulties, because it's definitely a team that has some strengths, has some weaknesses. Not maybe as many as ESC ever, whose early game needs a fine-tooth comb taken through, but MVP 2-0 victory into about as one-sided 2-0 loss as you could potentially take. So when you have to talk about avoiding a perfect series as kind of a yardstick, it lets you know that really not much joy to take from MVP, but perhaps, at least in the second game, they can get some ideas about how to play around this new top lane meta, because SKT showed it on both sides, how to play against it and how to play with it. So that's the sort of thing where over the course of a series you could learn, okay, this is what the meta is going to look like. I think this was very much a tale we're going to see repeated again and again about getting those Trinity Force top laners either way behind or way ahead. And you can see the results in the pressure because no one could split push against Aurelia, and Aurelia was useless in game 1. So it's very much two ends of a spectrum.
Yeah, and this is just a great spot for SK Telecom to be in because they're still drawing bans, like 6.10 bans onto Faker, onto, even the top lane pool. And now suddenly you have Duke with this massive arsenal of carry tops that he can bring to the table. How do you approach a draft going against SK Telecom? It just seems like there's too many components that you can't disable. SK Telecom will always be able to piece together a victory.
You can't ban Faker. That's something we've learned over 3+ years of play, but you can try to ban some of these powerful picks, and I think Aurelia was the one who was clearly going to synergize best with Trinity Force, and this is very clearly a champion that you either have to have a damn good plan playing against or take the consequences, and Duke, with that win, now with the MVP as well, jumps to top of the league.
Yep. He'll be sitting high and mighty with 400 points, but there's still several people itching to get up there with him, and we'll see how that's going to evolve through the rest of the split. But what a performance on this Aurelia, showing everyone how it's done. This time and time again, making ADD's life a living hell.
And they avoid the first kill where Duke just miscalculated the minion damage and went for a 1-for-1 trade, but after that, very clean play. Then we see the teleport coming in. This was basically what cemented the game, because the laning phase had already been won by Duke at that point.
Yeah.
This got him closer to his Trinity Force. Crucially, didn't die at the end.
Yeah, the ebb and flow here from Wolf was just so perfectly timed with the ultimate there to heal him up.
But what's AD to do? If he doesn't do this, look at where the minion wave is. He can't get to minions. He can't really jungle. There's less experience for non-smite junglers. There's nowhere to go in this new world where you can't take jungle camps. You can't enter lane. There's just nothing for him to do.
Yeah, this was just a great roam up by him, catching MVP right on the backside, and then just whittling them down very quickly. But SK Telecom, I mean, what more can you say about this team? Looking insanely strong, looking like it could just be welcome back to Worlds for them. And MVP just having to do a lot of work. They do get an easier match in CJ Entus later on next week, but even then CJ's been looking stronger, so it's really interesting to see how that one's going to turn out. That could determine who will be the bottom team in LCK Summer.
Yeah. Again, I try not to make too many predictions about bottom teams because we saw teams with, 1-2 series wins last year. There's still a lot of time. A lot of these teams have one-match wins, so it's like one monkey off their back, and it's just where do they go from here is the question.
I'm
Because
saying bottom as we progress.
I mean, like Longzhu, for example, like they're a bottom team, but are they going to be bottom 2? Are they going to be 6th? Are they going to make it to playoffs? We don't know the answer to those questions. Okay, CJ MVP ever, at least at this point. Do like they're going to be heavily struggling, but I mean, at one point I tipped ever to be top 3, so maybe that says a lot about me as an analyst. Sorry, guys. I mean, what can I do? Monty will be back soon, don't worry. But also, they struggled, so
Yeah.
what's to say?
No, not a whole lot, but we can go ahead and look forward to tomorrow's matches. That is going to be Jin Air versus Afrika Freaks, so that should be a more evenly handed matchup between those two teams. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top of that one. You mentioned Monty coming back in. You're going to go back to the days of the double analyst cast, because I'm going to be out for the next couple. Doa's in America, so you get Papa Monty cast coming your way. So we'll see you guys back here tomorrow for another Piggyback broadcast at 8 p.m. in Korean times. For now, have a good night, and we'll see you guys next time.